Hey, yo, yo, yo. What's up, what's up? Mobius Knight, hello. Swit, hello. Overseer, hello. I have fun things to do today. I don't have a castle to make. I have more textures, oh my god. All this gray, goopy stuff you see here, I'm gonna be UV editing today. Once again, colors are not final, so don't consider these colors as what they're going to look like in the end. To match all these up. I don't remember which exactly Torrenti said is which. We'll find out. I know what this one is. I know what this one is. Maybe let's do these two first. That's this one. Oh. Could make the textures just pink. Yeah, that works. Something I could totally do. Gotta make sure all that lines up, and then it should be fine. Do this. And do that. Nice. Oh boy, am I gonna get interrogated again today? How much time do I spend on Skywind? A lot. I wouldn't be able to give you a fine number because it differs from day to day. When I streamed yesterday, that's how much I did. And then I did a little bit after that, off stream, on stuff that you guys aren't allowed to see. And then that was pretty much it. Okay, so this one is just this. What happened yesterday? I think I highlighted it, so you should be able to watch it. I did work on the castle. again. There's a couple of new things in the castle, namely the chapel area. And I'm not too sure exactly how it's going to look. I threw a bunch of ideas at the team and see what they come up with. Okay, I know where this one is. Where is this one? That's this. You know what I could do? I could just take this and paste it over the... over here. That is so much easier. Then I just gotta do that a bunch. I'm not smarter than you, Del. Actually, let's separate this. Oh my god, this pink is hurting my eyes already. And I haven't even done too much yet. Sorry if it's also hurting yours. I could add. Hold on. Throw in one of the old ones. I don't know which one I'm looking at here. Brick wall. That's not right. We'll throw this one in there just so we're not staring at pink the whole time. Because the pink is actually hurting my eyes, like a lot. I can do the same to this one. Frick. Ugh. Brick wall, hello. Am I missing something? Bricks. There. No, that's the wrong one. Whatever, none of these are right. I don't care. Anyway, so this is part of the wall. I need to separate that out and join it to the wall. So this stuff is all the wall right here. I don't have these textures yet. So these are just placeholder at the moment. That's why they were pink. So this is the only stuff I'm texturing today, or the only thing I'm UVing today. These trimmy bits. And the challenge is figuring out what each of these were, because I don't remember. This doesn't need a seam. So that's this part here. Oh boy, texel density. Ugh, okay. This is repeated 4 times, I guess. That's a lot for one piece. Oh well. Okay, so that's this part. I don't know where this is. Is it supposed to be this? One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ugh. Okay. Oh. How is this supposed to be? Hmm. 0.011. Where is this? Oops. There, okay. So this one gets tiled twice, I guess. This one is practically the same thing as this. So I can just divide that. . Oh boy. Okay, this is a little more than the other one. There's a little bit more space down here. It gets tiled twice. And it's too bright, I can't see anything. Looks fine. Same thing needs to happen over here, so let's do that real quick. Yeah, you guys should get some ideas for music in your head, because I'm gonna run out of ideas here very quickly. This playlist only goes for so long. Oh yeah. Do I play that soundtrack? Do I play that one? Okay, I've got all this crap done. But now it's just a matter of figuring out... I did these two sections as well. This one is more slate, I think. More of this one. And then I know what this is, I think. First, let's do this. I'm pretty sure it's the same as this. If not, they are structurally the same thing, really. So, won't make too much of a difference. Oh, okay. This one, not too sure what this one is. So the process that I'm going through right now is essentially trying to figure out which one of these pieces on this example mesh. What is that? Which one of these pieces on this example mesh match up with the actual thing? And a lot of them overlap because there's just not enough space on this trim sheet as a whole. So this one, I'm pretty sure, is either the same thing I did here or the slate here. And I'm not too sure it's the slate. It might be. I think this is the slate up here as well. I'm saying slate because that's what it looks like. I'm not exactly sure if that's what it actually is. And then I know this is separate too. That's this part. Yeah, I could see what the Dragonborn DLC has to offer. Haven't checked that one out. Besides what I assume to be Morrowind stuff. Okay, so that gets a seam. This gets a seam around here. And this gets a seam. And then this gets a seam as well. So this and this are this and this. Whoa. Once I finish this first piece as well, the rest of them should come pretty easily. Because it's a lot of copy paste after I get the first piece done. Whoa. It doesn't help that everything is black and white in this image, so it's a bit hard to tell what's going on. But it is what it is, I suppose. Okay, what is Torrenti snapping to? Snap to pixels center. He's not even doing that. He just has it disabled. Okay. Could be close enough realistically. Because this is his doesn't even snap perfectly together. No one's ever gonna notice that anyway. I am not bothered. Okay, so this I'm pretty sure is slate. Oh, actually, let me do these first. more overlapping. Sure. But yeah, not too sure what this is. I'm pretty sure it's this. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Lighten. I am snapping the vertices, and I have to snap the pixels on the UV, because Nifscope corrects for that anyway. Also helps things tile. So this one guy is tiled once. This is like half of that guy, it looks like. So if I 0.5 size it, that looks pretty sizable, right? Or that matches up pretty well at least. And then there's the other side. So I'm not too sure what to do with this middle part here. I could just do this top guy. Oh, that's dithering, so that's not. So I could also do this. Yeah, you're right, Smiten. The issue is that I have to do it a certain way because Nifscope corrects for it when I actually implement it into the game anyway. If I'm not doing it a certain way here, it's not gonna look good in Nifscope. You'll actually get parts of the dithering in the Nif. There's gonna be a sharp there, so I think it's okay that it looks like that. Then I just copy paste this whole thing over here. So that's an easy process. Problem is, the pieces don't line up 100% perfectly, so just making sure that's all good. A... Okay. And then I can join it to the trim once again. Hey, this one looks like it's perfectly overlapping. These UV'd pieces are not getting in the build until I have all of the textures, so no. We are missing the ones that Shim is in charge of, and we are missing the ones that Joe is in charge of. Okay, so in order to give some variance here, right, these look exactly the same. I can take this one and just go yoink, and I can take this one and go yoink. Or actually, let's keep the middle one in the middle. Keep that one over here. Keep that one over here. Now this slate looks like it differs ever so slightly. You're not seeing like 100% repeated. The main wall overseer, the whole main wall, like the one that's probably the most important, is missing. Okay, this one is going to be kind of a pain because there aren't straight lines really until I make them straight lines. So how did I do this one? Seams go there, so I'll put a seam here. Oops. Put a seam there, seam there, seam there. Oh, here's a halfway decent visual for people. The blue, essentially, on this guy is the only thing I'm UVing today. And it is going to take a sizable amount of time because these are the detailed pieces. They're all the little fun bits. As opposed to just a big rectangle. You know. Yep, I finished the floor UVs. I did that on stream like 2 weeks ago or something. these get slapped there. More straight lines. Give me straight lines, please. Okay. Oh, and then I gotta make sure these are straight up against the edge so they tile. Yeah, it's almost like somebody's doing something with them. Whoa. Wild. Who would have thought? Okay, so this guy goes here. These guys go here. That line goes here, and then this line is very small underneath here, so it would go here, but I'm gonna scooch it further up. Hopefully that doesn't stretch too much. Nobody's gonna be able to see that spot anyway, so... Hey. Okay, so we need to tile this twice because it goes along the whole piece. So we size X2 and we snap it to the edge. And there we have it. This is looking slightly stretched. Who knew why? But realistically, I could probably do something like this. I think it looks fine. Oops. That's the wrong texture. I'm using this texture to test stretching, right? It's a grid, so you see this C1, not stretched. That C1, not really stretched. This C1, however, a little stretched. So that means that this guy is being stretched a little bit in a way that's not very good. So this should realistically be like over here. But then that also squishes this chunk. So it's a bit of a careful maneuver I have to make with all the pieces. Hey Nirvana, what's up? Hope your day's going well. Ooh. Anybody else in the US doing taxes? I was doing taxes this morning. I wanted to shoot myself. Nothing like giving your money to the feds. Haha. It's okay, I'm sure it'll go to a good cause. Curing homelessness. Or something useful. Something else useful, I should say. not that one. Taxes, you say? Yeah, doing taxes this morning. If any of you guys were curious, this process in the 3D workflow is the absolute worst. It takes the most amount of time, it takes the most amount of effort, and this is where most mistakes are made, usually. As I'm sure Dal can attest to, because she's working on a set that has a lot of UV mistakes. Oops. Hey. What happened to the music? What do I listen to? Oh, you wanted near? Is any of that stuff copywritten? Honestly, at this point, I don't care, because some of the stuff I've listened to is copywritten. Anyway. Oh, whoa. What was it, yesterday I put on the Fallout 76 radio, I think is what it was, and it whatever, it stole, the, Country Roads, it took that away from the VOD, it muted that. Trying to think of the song name, I couldn't remember. All right. Whoa, relax. All right. What do you mean classical music isn't copyright? Are you talking like Mozart and Bach and all that stuff? Oh, okay. I was gonna say everything that's considered classical? I don't know, there's modern classical stuff. Okay, this slate bit, these like top bits were probably the most difficult part because as you can tell, the geometry is a little funky. Oop. So the rest of this piece should be smooth sailing. And then there's like 20 more pieces to do. Woohoo. Somebody hurt me. Just kidding, don't do that. I will not be happy if you do. And this. Okay, so this piece is one of the unique ones on this template. So I think it's this guy. And the top of this piece is the bottom of this piece. Oh, I gotta flip. Yoink. Okay, so this piece apparently is tiled 4 times. So we size x times 4, constrain that to the bounds. That one looks fine now. And then this is the same thing, just flipped over. Luckily, it's totally square. So we get this guy. We do one of these. Oops. Take that. Boom. Bam. Bop. Then we size 4. Constrain it. You could even tile it the opposite direction so they're off by a little bit. So you see how these are the same, like they're taking up the same space on the trim. So you've got like this pitting, this pitting, this pitting, this pitting, they're mirrored. Just to give it some differentiation instead of starting it over here, I can start it from the right and go left, and then it's no longer perfectly mirrored. So there's some differentiation between those pieces, as well as there's some vertex colors, so that'll be obfuscated a little bit. Oops. What's up with those textures? What do you mean? Well, I fucked this one up, so... The textures are all zebra stripey because they don't have color applied to them yet. Just placeholder color. These are not what they're gonna look like as they get finalized. If that's what you're asking, Nirvana. They do, at the moment, look like zebra stripes, essentially, just because it's, like, only ambient occlusion and, like, curvature and base layer bakes. What's this one? What is this? There's lyrics. This is some malarkey. Goofy music, yeah. That's what I'm saying. What is this? Battle music. Sad music. More sad music. More battle music. I can't tell what, like, the names of these songs are because they're all in Japanese. Lots of sad music. Yeah, this is Near, I guess. That's what Dal had sent. This one's kind of cool. Got that classical guitar. Oh, and then there's more lyrics. Oh god. What the heck just happened? Oh, look at him, he's beautiful. You're scared to volunteer? Man. When I volunteered, I knew nothing. And I still know nothing. You volunteer anyway. Learn a low-level skill. Build up your repertoire, so to speak. Oh boy, excuse me. I think this is the only piece left to UV, but I'm not exactly sure where it goes. I'd like it to be the same as this one. Maybe this? That's the top of that one, top of this one, okay. Doo-doo-doo-doo. This one's actually kind of good, the song. I'm a fan of the classical guitar. Classical guitar. Let's try this, maybe? I think that looks okay. There's gonna be vertex colors here anyway, so... If this is the wrong place for it, Torrenti can probably yell at me. So this is ×2, and we start from the left, I guess. I wanna make sure this doesn't stretch. This low... These low ones are stretching a little too much. I think that's fine. Oh. I got the type of guitar wrong. Oops. My bad. Is there a sharp along here? There should be. Alright, folks, guess what? First piece has the trim UV'd. That took me an hour. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of just the walls left. Then I have a doorway, then I have towers, then I have keeps. Then bridges and docks. Then I have a whole castle. Then I have a whole nother castle. You can imagine how long this process takes. Anyway, on to the next one. On to the next. Okay, this is all wall. So wall. This is trim. See, some of these pieces, in fact, most of them, I don't even really touch finalization-wise until I do the first piece. So this one doesn't even have the correct partitions assigned yet. Bro, what is this song? Listening to Gregorian chant. Not even. It's like something totally different. How much experienced 3D artists are we looking for? We're looking for a lot of experienced 3D artists. How much experience are we expecting? We expect, at least I expect, because I'm the lead, I expect a good bit of experience. The stuff we have left mostly is clothing. So you guys are 3D artists and are into making clothing with your 3D art? Hop on, bro. We need your help. Otherwise we'll have naked NPCs running around Skywind. Running around Vardenfell. We're back to this lyrical garbage. What is this? Hey, this is the time to check all the things that I should have checked over here. Everyone in loincloths. It's actually not really an exaggeration either. We also need to design, if we haven't already, unless we're using the default Skyrim one. The Dreamers have loincloths that they wear, right? We can probably get it from some other article of clothing we already have. The Dreamers from Morrowind? They wear loincloths. Well, I guess they wear pants. Pretty sure there were some that were like totally nude. Or maybe that was something I did to them after. Oh no, you've got some in like loincloths. Okay, so all these little things I can copy over from this guy because they are exact copies. So let me go ahead and do that. That will make it so that I don't have to UV these from scratch. So once that first piece is done, like this first piece, it makes a lot of the other pieces, if not all of the other pieces, easier to do. Because I have essentially the components for the rest of them done. And it's just a matter of putting them together. So these pieces down the bottom, for example, I just copied those from this. I can do that for all the rest of everything here, so that makes things easy. It's kind of hard to see because we don't have colors on these yet, but you can see little designs for each fort thrown in here. I'm not going to be UVing these pieces yet because I might as well just wait for the color. But each one of these moths represents one of the forts, right? So I think that's Death's Head. That's Frostmoth, maybe? I don't remember any of these. Buckmoth, blah blah blah. There's Wolverine for Wolverine Hall. I'm not going to be UVing those pieces right now, though. Because it's really hard to see. I don't really know where they would look best. Okay, I'm tired of this soundtrack. Let's go grab something else. This one. The song is super chill. I like this one a lot. Hopefully it's not too quiet, too loud. Ooh. Okay. Now what's next? What's next? I can copy these over. This whole chunk, right? It's the same as this one, pretty much. Just gotta make sure it lines up. And I can do all the corrections I need to, because it looks like I need to do some. Yep, looks fine. Can join, whoops, join to the trim. Now we take this, we spin it, 90 degrees. Road over here. Looking good. Skyrim has a certain way of doing clothing. Smiting. And, I mean, if you are a clothing artist on Skywind, I provide you a mannequin, essentially. See you, Nirvana. Have a good one. Yeah, for clothing and stuff, you're provided a mannequin, more or less. And you slap the piece of clothing on the mannequin, and then other members of the team handle stuff like skinning. So when the characters move, you know, the clothing will move with the character. Someone else handles that. Ooh. All right, so this, actually, let's do these. These two things are easy. Easy peasy. Just gotta slap it on this thing. Cool. So then I need a seam here, 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 here. Seam. Then these bits are on their own UV. Or, well, they're their own island. I can just throw these on top of each other and then I can get them all happy together. Oh. Why didn't he overlap these ones? Why are they... whatever. Alright. So we have this one. And it needs to be rectified. And it gets slapped somewhere here. Hold on. So this one is funky because it is essentially 3 times the size of that. So what I might have to do here is make that cover this length, make this cover that length, and make this cover that length. Which means there might be some mirroring shenanigans here, but again, who is going to go inspect this out of the entire fort? So Just gotta make it work. So we do this. And we do this. And then we go backwards. And we do that. And we do that. Then we throw these in the middle, which I'm estimating. And then we flip that again. We do this, and we do this. So that ends here, that ends here. Like I said, some funky mirroring shenanigans, but again, nobody's gonna look under here. Just needs to look decent. Oops. We gotta do the same thing down here. Except this time doing it with this half and then with this half. So slap that here and here. Slap this here and here. Rotate this 180. And does it look indecent? That's all I'm looking for. Sure does. This is where it does the mirror flippy thingy. And you can't really tell. Okay, we got some slate. We'll just copy that guy, essentially. Mush, mush, mush. Okay, we want this one to be covering the entire texture. So slap it on the edge. Slap it up there, slap it up there. This is my biggest worry for these corner pieces, is how this corner actually looks. And it kind of looks stretched. If I do that, does it help? Looks mainly okay. Yeah, it looks fine. So the top and the top. Oh boy. Pretty nice. I think, at least. Oh boy. Yeah, I just don't want it to look too unnaturally stretched, like these rocks were made of clay as opposed to actual stones. Again, not many people are gonna really pay attention to that even, but it's something that as a 3D artist you notice very much more than like the average person. Chelsea thinks she's cool. Yo, what's up? I also think I'm cool. I have it in my name. Yeah, I'm also curious about that. So we'll see. There's a lot to do still. Oh. Yeah. Each piece essentially takes me an hour, maybe a little less for some that are repeats. Like this one is a repeat of that, essentially. Just with a gate. So it'll take me a while, that's for sure. I specifically have a part on the trim sheet that I haven't used yet. It's this part. And these little blocks are used for arches. So this whole chunk is essentially going to be yanked off, slapped into the trim. Three glasses of wine. Wow, that's a lot. You might want to be a little careful. I don't know, maybe that's not a lot for you actually. 3 glasses for me realistically isn't too much either, so don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, This is the next chonk. Chunky chonk. So we're doing more slate. More slate. Now, looking at this one is kind of like 1.5 the length of that. However, if I make it 1.5 length, it will not tile. Like there will be a seam here or a seam here, depending. So I can either do this, where I bring it all the way to the edge and then bring it back, and we're left with this weird mirror. Or, which would be more sensible, I could just size it by 2, which might squish it a little bit because it's only like 1.5 the size of that, but it tiles perfectly and there's no funky mirror here. Holy shit, Torrenti, are you fucking kidding me? Did he not make these textures tile? Holy fuck, I'm gonna be real pissed off if he didn't. Oh my god. He didn't make these textures tile. I am going to shoot him. Well. Okay. That's really, really bad news. But still gotta keep going, I guess. That will have to be fixed by somebody, if not Torrenti. That means I'm gonna have to check that for all of the pieces on the trim sheet, not just this one, because if this one doesn't tile, that leaves a very, very bad precedent for the rest of the set. Means it probably doesn't tile anywhere else. Yes, he does carry the texturing for the set. Let's do a little test, shall we? Does this tile? No. It does not. Does this tile? No, it does not. God fucking damn it. That pisses me off. You can very clearly, even though they're zebra colors, see the seams here. Which is a ginormous problem. That's the whole point of textures in a tile set. They have to tile. Torrenti did not make them tile, which is great. None of them do. Fantastic. There's one easy way to make these tile, and it's just put a grout line at the end of each of them. But again, Torrenti is the one who has to do that, so looks like I gotta get him to update the textures. But that doesn't stop me from continuing, so I'm going to press forward even though the textures are not made to specification that I thought was made obvious. Torrenti did the textures for the Daedric set too, which all tile perfectly fine, so I don't know where the disconnect is. He might have just forgotten. He might have just not realized. I don't know. I thought that was pretty self-explanatory. So I'm gonna have to mention it to him. And realistically, they're not horribly broken. Like, you really have to zoom in to see it, but they are broken. So, worst case scenario, if he can't fix them himself, then I can get somebody else to, likely a 2D artist, or I can just fudge it on my own, which is something I don't want to do because it will look bad. Don't you guys worry. Everything is happy, sunshine, and rainbows in my day-to-day life. Alright. So, this one, and this one. That one's fine. I sound like you at work. Yeah, I probably complain too much, but honestly, when the expectation is set for somebody to do something specific and they don't follow that instruction, then it kind of pisses me off. It's almost like they didn't listen. But like I said, Trenti might have just forgotten or something, so I'll talk to him. Really not that big a deal. Any Blender purists? I'm a Blender purist. Why did I ×2 that? It doesn't need to be ×2. Oh boy, Cam's doing a hotfix today. I could probably put something on the hotfix sheet. Uh, okay. All right. This soundtrack got very ambient very quickly. Okay, this track is actually fantastic. And it like borderline makes me cry every time I hear it. Okay. Hey, this needs to be ×2. I'm not sure how well Blender's clothing physics work, or like the cloth physics. So it might be a little difficult to get it to work for you. Not sure. This track is Swit. It's Panacea from Hyperlight Drifter. It's one of my favorite video games of all time. Very, very good. Oh, god damn it. Whoops. Oops. Yeah, this game has very good music. It's all done by one guy, and it's like very experimental. And this one specifically is like, I think this is the only one that's done on like a classical instrument. Like this is just done straight up on piano. I don't know what kind, so. you wouldn't be able to get that info for me. But the rest of it is like really experimental electronic. And then this one plays at the very end of the game, and it's like, oh, catharsis, finally. It's crazy good. I have returned. Hello, Mobius. How art thou? How art thou? And so forth. I am not the greatest, but I am surviving, which is all that matters, I suppose. So this guy also put out an EP, like, probably 5-6 years more than that. It was like a year ago, after the game was released. And he did a bunch of covers of his other pieces on piano, and it was really good as well. But I don't know if it's on YouTube or not. I'm trying to find it. Well, it's not this, but this is still good. Don't worry about me, Mobius. I'm fine. I'm fine. That needs to be 4. Oops. Sending hugs. Thanks, man. This is this one. So. Oh, that's right. I started this one going left. Right to left. Oh. Okay, I'm actually gonna try to find this EP because it's heckin' good. No. He didn't upload this. It's only on Spotify. I'm not sure if I can actually play Spotify on Twitch. I probably can, and I'm just being stupid about it, but I really don't want to get the Skywind channel in trouble. Oh no! I forgot a seam here. Maybe the ambient tunes put some people to sleep. Honestly, it might be nice. I've used this soundtrack to fall asleep before. Why is this one so bad? It's UV, bro. Oh. I wish these textures had more color than just black and white because they are hurting my eyes quite a lot. I'm tired of looking at zebras like ink blots. Did Mel give you an area in Molag to work on, Overseer? Is it a fun one? Is it a stanky one? What flavor of gray are you working with? Oh, nice. Lake Nabibi. That's not the name of it, I'm just playing. Oh my god. This process makes me want to jam my foot in the dishwasher and just swing it around. Where Varrock? There's some funky hot spring looking water in Sheagorad you can check out if you wanted ideas. Can't remember where, but it's somewhere up there. You're making Chimdu retextures? Dude, I need him to do these textures. These are like infinitely more important. It'd be really great if you don't go telling people to do things that are on my team. Whoops. Yeah, these don't exactly line up, but did I fuck that up? No. That just needs to go here. Alright. This stuff is funky stretched. Why? Oh, hello, Slacks. What's going on? I think that's 2 pieces down now. This is still weird. There we go. This one is the exact same thing as another one, so go ahead and do that. This trim is this trim at the top, at least. Why does it have fucked work? Alrighty, so this is also trim. On the other side is also the same. Making sure things line up, so I can mirror this piece here. At least insofar as trim is concerned. Oop. This is trim, so that needs to be separate. Separate. These two things are separate too. Okay, so all the trim at the top is good. Because again, it's copy pasted over from the other piece. That leaves only these pieces. And I can mirror it. It's the exact same on both sides. And I'll join it eventually later. That's interesting. Huh? Okay, slight issue. Okay, turns out they're not mirrored, so there goes that idea. The music is supposed to be trippy. It's great. I could try to find his EP on Spotify. I'm really pushing the limits of what is quote-unquote legal on Twitch. So if it yells at me, whoops. After this song, I'll find it. If it gets banned off of Twitch, then I'll take responsibility. Everything is my fault anyway, so whatever. This is where I could mirror it. I could mirror it on this axis here. Y'all hear those cracks? It was my entire body after 2 hours of work just to finish one portion of 2 tile set pieces of 40 plus castles. Oh! Alright, how many times does this need to tile? 2? Perhaps? How does it look stretching wise? It looks fine. If I were to tile it 3 times, it would have looked worse, I think. Oh, 1.5. And give it that. Oh, that looks better, actually. Well. Ebonheart Castle is not on hold. I was working on it yesterday. You were here for that, Mr. Q, I'm pretty sure. I just have quite a lot to do, that's all. And it would be great if level designers don't steal my texture artists so I could finish all the stuff I had to do, but what am I to do? They're being stolen anyway. I had left a couple messages in the Discord for the rest of the team to mull over options such as where the chapel should be on the inside, outside of the courtyard. Should the chapel be at an angle? How should the walls be, etc., etc. So for me at the moment, yes, it's on hold, but there is nothing stopping me from continuing realistically. I could make all those decisions on my own, but I would rather include everybody where I can. This looks kind of stretched, not gonna lie. Figure that out later. Oh, my day's going fine, Swit. Overseer is quite literally just pissing me off because he's stolen a texture artist from me to do something that's marginally less important than this. These textures are done in Substance Painter, I'm pretty sure, if you know what Substance Painter is. So no, these are not hand-drawn. Substance Painter uses a lot of like procedural generated stuff to make textures that are nice, so to speak. I'm not in charge of the whole project, no. I'm the lead of the 3D department. And it's quite a lot of work. I'll say that much. Managing people is not easy, especially when others get in the way. But it is what it is. Okay, so these are supposed to be the stones that are here, so I need to find the UV for this. Okay. Okay. So Tarenti went ahead and he made bevels in all of the little template meshes that were like over there. So here you can see that the bevel is reflected in the UV map, right? There's two lines essentially, 1, 2. I have not made bevels yet. I will be going to, but once I make bevels, I'll also have those two lines. So right now I only have one, whereas Tarenti's template had two. That looks pretty nice. I like it, I like it. Where's this triangle? Oh. Would you look at that? What? What? That's not even... Ugh. Alright, hold on. Oh, that's where it goes. Okay. There is very much nobody in charge of the whole project, quote unquote. There are certainly people that are more active than others, but nobody who's in charge of the entire project. Whoa. We are one giant hive mind. Okay, so this looks a little stretchy. That's what I was afraid of. So, that's these guys down here. Oops. So what I could do is this, where I extend it. But that's not good, because these are divided by dithering. If you guys don't know what dithering is... come on. If you guys don't know what dithering is, that's this stuff. So these bits of basically stretched pixels to infinity is called dithering. It's where you have like extended stuff essentially at the end just to fill your texture rather than have it be transparent, because transparency actually takes, as far as I understand it, more of your, like it takes more computer power to render transparency rather than like dithering like this. And in the case of where you accidentally, oops, I slipped, there's a little bit of a buffer zone rather than like just complete black, you know, where you accidentally slipped when creating your UVs. So dithering is kind of useful. That's why I can't do the thing where I pull these down. So I need to find a solution for that, such as just being okay with the stretch, I think. Might be what I have to be okay with. Where is this? Okay, that really can't change because these are the edges of the brick. So there's a slight stretch here, very slight stretch here. I think I have to be okay with that unless I want to add a little bit of extra geometry and do some other trim there. Something like that. I can also put a loop in around here. Add some vertex colors to hide it a little bit. This is kind of funky. The little ink blot thing up here is because I have the mesh mirrored, which honestly saves me a lot of time, but the ink blot things can be a little weird, so noticing that's important. I want to make sure that, you know, it doesn't look like a scarab, for example, versus just ambiguous. I'm very particular about my work because it matters. Trust me when I say everybody on the Skywind server, if I were to do something wrong, they would point it out and I would be forced to change it. And that is where my thoughts differ with a lot of people. Honestly, if it looks okay, it looks okay, 90%. So I let a lot of things slide, whereas a lot of other people wouldn't let it slide. Oh, just trying to minimize the agony, I suppose, of fixing things. You do it right the first time, you don't have to redo it 10 other times. So. Might as well just do it right the first time, am I right? Haha. I do like these arches, they look really nice. This is pretty prominent though. Like prominently tiled. It's repeated very obviously. I'm not sure if that's the greatest. We'll see if anybody else comments on that. Might have to change that in the texture so it's not as obvious. Yo, these arches look nice. What's the ink blot picture to look up here? Whoa, that looks like a butterfly. That's kind of... That one looks like the fallopian tubes. Okay, so we take this, we go like this, and we rectify. Nice. Okay, here, let me try to find... Oops. Come on. This. I'm not sure how loud this is gonna get. Hopefully not too terribly loud. That's kind of loud. Oy. I've already pointed out, but this texture does not tile, which is a very ginormous problem. So that's going to have to get fixed eventually. But I think this trim is good now. This piece is done from what. And we can join it to the rest of the trim. There's the trim of the archway piece. Music's very loud now. Maybe singing the praises of the artist won't get the VOD muted. If you guys go check out, or if you want to go check out this guy's music, you can check out Disaster Piece is the composer's name. He did Hyper Light Drifter soundtrack. He did, I think, the soundtrack for Fez. I think. He did the soundtrack for Solar Ash. All of which are very, very good. Oh, I forgot this piece. Texture gets fixed, like you're mentioning, would it be easy to just overwrite? Yeah, so if the texture gets fixed, so the problem is these pixels on this side, every single pixel on this edge of the texture needs to line up with every single pixel on this edge of the texture. That's what makes it tileable, so you are able to, here I can show you. You are able to tile the image. It's supposed to repeat, right? Like it's supposed to repeat infinitely, at least on the horizontal axis for this one. But as you can see here, it does not. It cuts off, which is very fundamentally incorrect. So that needs to be fixed. Or the entire texture, it looks like. This does not tile. Those don't matter. This might tile. That looks okay. This one doesn't. This one might be okay. This one does not. This one does not. This one's a maybe. But if it gets fixed, then you just slap the new texture in here, and I don't have to redo any of the UVs. This data, the location of the vertices on the UV mesh, UV being the axis, so U over here, V over here, these do not change. The coordinates of those do not change. So I could throw any texture on there. That's what I was doing when I was throwing this on there. I was just throwing like a stretching texture on there essentially to see if there was any stretching going on. It didn't change the location of any of the UVs. So if you want another example, oftentimes you'll see level designers straight up replace like this texture, for example, with a different texture, just to see if like they can use a certain tile set piece in a different tile set setting, and oftentimes it looks pretty bad when they replace the trim because the trim lines don't add up. So like where the slate ends vertically and the slate ends vertically on the bottom is not where another trim sheet's trim might end. It might have like bricks that end in the middle. Then it might have plaster start right underneath that, and then suddenly this becomes half brick, half plaster. So there's a couple things to consider with the textures. It's very complicated. These were made by a different texture artist on the team, Countess Dagoth. There is quite a sizable 3D team on the Skywind project, and I can't do everything, so like I will give out assignments to people that can do things that I cannot, like creating textures, for example. I'm not very good at creating textures, so I leave that to other people. No. Yo, got kind of techno. Okay, this is all trim, so that can be separated and joined to the trim. So that's the trim of this piece right here. And it can only have one material, so this window over here is the materials window. It tells you what all materials, what textures are assigned to a specific piece. Nope, no predictions, Mr. Kurak. It took me 1 hour to do one step of finalizing this one piece of 40, and we have this tile set remaining. I have another tile set in the works, the interior of these, and then there's 3 more tile sets after that. And that's only 3D's work, so you can imagine how volatile it might be time-wise. We just don't know. So, nope, no predictions, sorry. I'm gonna have to, whoops, keep on speculating. Hopefully before you die. Well, I don't know how old you are, but I hope to be done before I'm dead too. So. Yep, like Mobius says, there's a lot of work being done all the time. There's a lot of different teams, like sub-teams, right? Like there's 3D, there's level design, there's file cutting, there's voice acting. We're all going at our own pace. We just gotta have faith that it'll get done, and if you get burnt out by the hype, I guess, there's no harm in forgetting about us for a while. Doing something else. I'm happy for people to be super hype about Skyblivion, for example. They've put out like I guess tentative release date, I suppose, because I know how volatile these things are. But I guess that's one thing that's, I guess, easier to be excited for than Skywind. Not to say that you shouldn't be excited for us. I mean, come on. We're only the best Skyrim mod project out there. And I will fight anybody who says otherwise. Oops. We're doing QA at the same time, Mr. Q. We have a QA team that's constantly finding things and we're fixing things all the time. So it's not like we're front loading all the work and then fixing everything after. I think there's merit in unblocking other departments by constantly making new stuff, but I mean, there are people that have the responsibility of going out and finding the bugs, so it's not like, you know, there's no finite time where it's like, okay, we're done. Now it's time to do the beta testing. Like, we're beta testing as we go. The same thing with any real job, really. You're not gonna like, you know, if you're a civil engineer or something, you're not gonna build the bridge and then test it. You're gonna test and make sure it's functional and do all that stuff before you start running real people over it, because that's just, you know, you're waiting for disaster to strike at that point. I haven't seen Bulgarian roads. Oh, I guess. I'm not Bulgarian, so. If I have anything to say about it, I have very high quality expectations of anything I am delivered nowadays as the 3. So I expect things not to be broken when I receive them. I expect things to be pretty good so that bugs can be minimized. Oh, well, we get potholes all the time over here as well. That's just natural, I suppose. If they were there to begin with, that's a problem. That's somebody not doing their job. I don't know. Maybe I have higher expectations of people and or management. Don't know. I'm sure if it can like jostle you in the vehicle, it's a pretty sizable hole. I'd call that a hole. Oy, oy, oy. I don't doubt it though. There are some pretty big holes. I think it depends on your landscape too, like the region you live in, because Florida in the U.S. gets tons of sinkholes all the time. So every now and again you'll see giant assholes pop up in the road. It's like, oh god, where'd these come from? Well, it's because you kind of built on sand essentially. That's more or less what Florida is. It's like just a giant beach, a big peninsula. That's a topic that I'm pretty passionate about. I think that all of the like beach towns, like towns that are on beaches, or I suppose like buildings that are built on um like barrier islands are just they're they're sitting there just waiting for disaster because like just by their name, barrier islands, they're quite literally islands that are naturally formed that protect like the mainland, you know? So like whenever I see beach houses, I'm like it's nice to rent one or whatever for a week, but to own one, it might be gone in like 10 years. But I guess that's where real estate's pretty lucrative. I don't know. I don't think I'd ever buy like a house on the beach. Pretty wild. Okay, does this one look okay? Because that one unwrapped really quickly. I can remember driving, not personally driving, but I drove through Switzerland on the Autobahn. The Autobahn is kept pretty nice, at least. I'm pretty sure it's the Autobahn. That goes through Switzerland too, right? Does that get 1 or does that get 2? What's the stretchiness on this? That gets 1. Tiles 1 time. Oh, boy. Blue, blue, blee, blue. That's a good one. This is a good one. Uh. No. Select the correct thing. Damn it. Oh. Hmm. There's no seam here. I have made a fatal error. Oh, but it's not fatal. It's fine. Oh my goodness. Okay, how's about I find something else? Ooh, I know a good soundtrack to listen to. Okay, I've got a seam in the front, I know, of this. And here. Whoa, whoa. Ooh. My eyes feel like they are going to explode. I have been looking at essentially TV static for the last 3 hours. Ugh. I save my work instinctively. Like, I have Control S on. It's. Yeah. I basically, after everything I do, I hit Control S. It's pretty disastrous if I lose like an entire piece worth of work, because each one of these takes more or less an hour. More or less. Yeah. It sucks to learn it the hard way, but, you know, happens enough, I suppose, then you get it ingrained in your brain. Just gotta remember to do it. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, never mind. I thought I screwed something up. But I guess not. I'm just an idiot. Khajiit voice. What? What did I say? I don't even know what I said. Hmm. Can I jump on a different building? I guess. I could start working on the castle again on the mesh in this view, so I don't have to go blind, but it's fine. I'm following the 20-20-20 rule as best I can, so if I go blind, it's my own fault. You guys know the 20-20-20 rule? You don't? No way. No way. Okay, I was essentially raised by 2 optometrists, okay? Like eye doctors, you know? So this has been ingrained into my head since I was born, essentially. If you are working at like a computer or watching television or whatever, if you have your face in a screen, if you want to keep 20/20 vision, or let's say like you want to keep whatever vision you have, I have 20/20. So if you want to keep 20/20 vision, every 20 minutes look at something at least 20 feet away for 20 seconds. So over the course of an hour, that adds up to a minute of you essentially readjusting your eyes. Because if you're not giving your eyes a workout, like if you're just completely staring at a screen that's like 1.5 feet, 2 feet in front of you the whole time, then your eyes get stuck sort of like focusing in that way, and you can become nearsighted. Or whichever one where you have a hard time seeing far things away. I think that's farsighted. But essentially your eye health deteriorates if you're looking at the same if you're looking at something the same distance away for a very long time. So if you're also looking like at the stars 24/7, they're like infinity miles away, right? So that's just as detrimental as looking at your screen 24 hours a day. You want to be giving your eyes a workout, give it some flavor. And it might be genetics, or it might be, you know, the 20/20/20 rule, but I've stayed at 20/20 vision, so I find it to be pretty helpful rule. It's not like a set in stone thing either. Like, it's some bullshit, but I mean, the whole thing is just to say, hey, like, don't stare at something for a long ass time, otherwise your eyes are gonna get stuck that way. Because they quite literally will. They'll have a harder time focusing at things from far away, for example. Just because they're used to only doing things 2 feet in front of them. That needs to be flipped. No, that's not straight. How come? Okay, there's this chunk, and then there's the slate on top, and the sides, and then that's it for this piece. So almost done another piece. Almost. Soon, TM. I want to try to find this soundtrack. I'm not sure if it's actually... Ooh, it is. This one is pretty cool. It's another atmospheric one. Ooh. Usually I'm listening to make your ears bleed metal, so this is a nice change of pace. Cool to do these for the streams. I'm sure because people wouldn't appreciate screaming. Maybe Ocean Boys if he's around, but... Okay, where... Oh. Yeah. Gotta give your ears some other stuff, just like your eyes. Oh, you're a metalhead too, Tolvani? Yo, let's go. We've got a lot of those on the team for some reason. I think Morrowind attracts a specific aesthetic of person, and metalhead might fit fit the bill. Because metalheads are awesome. Hell yeah. There's a I don't know if you listen to him, but there's in May, I think, near me, there's an August Burns Red concert, and they are headed, like the opener is Devil Wears Prada. I'm considering going to that because it sounds like it'd be pretty heckin' fun. Honestly. Alas, I'm not sure I have the time or care in the world to go, really. I will probably be UVing. Is Camelot another metal group? Or is that something totally different? I like the I paid a kidney comment though. Oh. Ah, my hands. Oh, my arms. Oh, it's time for my 20 seconds of staring at the wall or the sky. Oh, and water. Oh my god. I haven't had any water since I started. We got a bunch of people from Czech. Wow. What do you guys... Okay, this is gonna sound ignorant, but I grew up learning it like several different ways throughout school. What do you guys call yourselves now? Is it the Czech Republic? Is it Czechoslovakia? That's not a thing anymore, right? It's Czech, and then there's Slovakia separate now? Or how's that work? I'm gonna be sounding totally ignorant. So is it the the Czech Republic? Okay. Gotcha. That's what I thought it was, but I didn't want to assume. Okay, what am I doing here? Alright, this goes over here, and this goes over here. And then the middle... Oops. Middle stays where it is, it goes over there. Over here. Oh, come on. Come on. Right there. And this flips 180 and it goes like so. Does that look okay? Why does it just look black? Oh, that's that one. It looks fine. One of those pieces that no one will ever see. Czechia is a shortening of it. Okay. Gotcha. I might be mispronouncing that too, sorry if I am. I'm just an ignorant American, I suppose. Oh my god, you're so ignorant. Nice. That can go here. Can that go here as well? About this one. Does that make this look better? Ooh. Cool. Thanks for the OpenMW tip. Yo, you played it? Nice. That's huge. Yeah, honestly, that's the way to play Morrowind nowadays. It's super easy to get into. There's essentially no difference from vanilla, except it fixes a bunch of things that are kind of ridiculous as bugs. And there's a bunch of quality of life things. There's one bug in vanilla that really, I find it super funny. If you sell a merchant a piece of armor, for example, that's better than what they're currently wearing, statistically, like stats-wise, they'll immediately put on that armor. So in the beginning of the game, of course, like, you're being slapped by a bunch of Dark Brotherhood assassins just because that's how the DLC is or whatever. So when you go to sell your Dark Brotherhood gear to a merchant, Suddenly, like, half the merchants in the game look like Dark Brotherhood assassins just because they put it on right as you sell it to them. It's really funny. Oh, nice. I didn't want to offend you, Mr. Q, my bad. If I did. I have a professor, or I had a professor who, taught a bunch of chem courses during my graduate degree. She had family in the Czech Republic, so she'd go visit every now and again, and she'd bring back like fun stories and stuff. Not that that's the only, knowledge I have of the place, but that's the most recent, I suppose. Okay, I've done the trim on these pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I've been working for 3 hours now, so I can probably... Oh no, I did this one. This one. I could probably do this one. I might not have time for these today. These are going to be very difficult to get to work. I might be able to do this one if I wanted to right now. I don't know. Actually, ooh. How does this look? Let's see. Whoops. Here. Why? Oh. Okay, hold on. How's about this? Or the small entryway? Oh, this one has lyrics, I think. Oh boy. Forgot about that. And I was bashing Dal for having lyrical songs earlier. How the heck is this working? This is a door. So you can't see it when I'm in the UV view, but I have vertex colors on the inside of here. So you would open a door, and of course you need like a black void in the back there, so you're not like running into bricks, I guess. How does this look? So we go like halfway, and then we take this. Come on, you. We go like that, and then we stretch it a bunch. 3, 2, 2.5. 3. How's that look? That's too squeezed. How about 2? How's that look? That looks kind of nice. You can ignore this crap, because it'll be blacked out, essentially. But I guess just to get it out of the way. I think that looks kind of nice as a door. Because you would put it, I don't know, like right here or something. Look at me, I'm a door, yeehaw. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend running into bricks either. It doesn't sound like fun. I don't think I've ever done it. Maybe I have. I've just forgotten that trauma. Not sure. Okay, so I want to get this piece done. That way I can say I got half of the walls done. And then I think these are going to be very easy, because all I have as trim on these are this and this. And then I can copy paste, because it's the same thing on these. Same for that. I've got trim here, trim here. I could even do these right now if I wanted to, because these are probably going to be easier than this last wall piece. Or I could just do the wall piece and suck it up. I'm gonna do this. I've decided. Fuck it, I don't care. I need to copy this over here. Where are my sharps at? Right here, 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 here. Sharp. Why is this one not a sharp? I don't understand. Whatever. So with rounded pieces like this, I have to essentially pick a vertical line and make a seam. I could pick 2 vertical lines. So there are seams that will go like this. Or I could just do one. One is honestly easier. I don't think it makes much of a difference. There's an issue where, as far as I know, if your UV goes like way out of the bounds that are set by the, standard UV, then it can wig out. So I would like to try to avoid that. So we'll see how much it requires to go all the way around, and if it's too much, I'll cut another seam at the end. So I want to make this no stretch. No stretching. That would be swell. So let's do it 4. So this is 4 tiles. It's tiling 4 times. Let's see how the stretch is. That's not bad. Let's try it with 5. 5. How's the stretch now? I think that's going to be better. Yeah, it's a little better. Ooh, so let's leave it like that. It takes 5 to get around the tower. 5 tiles, essentially. To preserve that texel density. So it'll be the same likely for all of these. So we multiply that by 5. So now this is tiling 5 times around the tower. I gotta do the same for these, I think. Yeah. Ooh, hurrah, what's up? I'm not a nerd. I'm an intellectual. That's exactly the kind of shit that a nerd would say to defend themselves, dude. I'm not sure I like that. 5 times 4. That looks nicer, I think. Woo. All right. It's looking nice. Oh, I can take that and throw it onto these as well, because these are the exact same things, just oh, I want to delete. These are the exact same as this, just with taller walls, so it won't change the trim. I can copy this, throw it there, and they fit perfectly. I can do the same on these towers as well. There's a very nice natural seam here that I can use. Might be better to do it on a corner, actually, like right here. That probably makes the most sense. But let's grab the trim first. So this is trim. Oh boy. Oh boy, how time flies. My god. I gotta bevel these though. Let's just do the seam right here. Whoa. Is everything actually a square? Oh my god. That's nuts. I managed to not do any weird stuff with this piece, I guess. You're cooking fish? Vanvar? Fish is good. I miss living by the ocean because the fish was actually tasty. All the fish in the Midwest is imported, so it's like very not good usually. Usually pretty shite. But you know, what are you gonna do when, you know, you're 1,500 miles from the ocean, I guess. Whoa, whoa. That was an accident. Oops. I clicked the wrong thing. I will say I did get a good chuckle out of the stupid political figure AI voice thing. It was a little funny. Only a little. I got so sick of the Dagoth memes, man. Like, non-stop. You would just not stop hearing about it. I got so sick and tired of it. Ooh. It takes a lot for a meme to get old, for me. But man, did that one get old real fast. I will send anybody here 900 spinning rat memes. Rats spinning to Freebird. I will send that 5 million times. Even when I'm put in the dirt, I will be sending that to my friends from hell or wherever I am. But good God, the Dig Author ones need to stop. I'm tired. Whoa. Okay, so that's another one done that I can copy over 5 different times. Ooh. Huzzah, the tower trims are done, except for the tower tops. I have to do those too. Oh. Excuse me. I could do the keeps as well. Hey. That could be cool. This one is so big that it actually needs divisions, like more than just one. So I'll probably put seams on all the sides. Maybe just 2. Sure. Ugh. Do I do this one or not? I just really don't want to do this one for some reason. Ugh. I know this one's gonna take a lot of work. Let's go ahead and do it. Whoa. This one is confusing. What did I do here? I don't remember. What did I do? I did something like this, right? What? What? What is happening? Sorry if you're seizure prone. That's not a joke, sorry. Like actually. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You merged 10. Okay, fine. Woo! Look at that. Nice and pretty and new and all that other bullshit. Ooh. Ah. Oh. People are allowed to mod whatever they feel like in Skywind. The time for doing so has not happened yet, though, so you'll have to wait. You want to know something really cool, though? Maybe you'll get really pissed off when I say it. I made it so that all the booby mods out there are incompatible with Skywind. Haha. Because we have a lot of armor slots being used up by, you know, armor. So if you want to do obscene things in Skywind, you gotta break the engine further than we did. So have fun doing that. I had to dive into the deepest orgy pits of Lover's Lab in order to get the armor system to work in Skywind. I had to go research on that website because there is quite literally no other website out there that looks at body mods. So that's my thank you to Lover's Lab, I suppose. I made all of the titty mods incompatible. So all those horny teenagers out there can suck it. Instead of boobs and butts, you have pauldrons now. Yeah, I'm sure somebody will degenerate into that stuff again. It's not difficult to reverse engineer. But at that point, it essentially becomes mutually exclusive. So you get one or the other. You get the really awesome kick-ass Morrowind armor system, or you get to pretend you're dating an e-girl on a Skyrim mod. One or the other. You can take your pick. You can wear pauldrons over robes. You can do that in Morrowind. You can also do that in Skywind. I'm not sure what you mean by extra flair, but Crassius Curio is Crassius Curio. Make of that what you will. Willing to die for the aesthetics. Alright, alright. I won't argue with you. Ooh, I can copy these from over here. Would you look at that efficiency? I just gotta make sure that they are actually the exact same thing. I'm pretty sure they are. Yeah. Huzzah! I don't have to do the whole, like, back part of it. Ooh. I have to do the rest of this bullshittery. Oh boy. Hey. This can be something like 3. That looks normal, no stretch. Oh. Blood Sue, what are you talking about? Don't be weird. It's just creepy. Oh. I did that again. Ugh. Unwrap. Come on. You unsightly piece of junk. Okay. So does this get 3 or 2? I think 3 looks better. Yeah, less stretch. I'll do it again. Don't tempt me. Ugh. It's only my health on the line. Nothing serious. Ah, the soundtrack is so good. I want to go back and play this game again. That one actually isn't a legal joke. Like, I really enjoyed this game. Whoa. Luckily I can mirror this top one. Since it's separated, I don't have to have it continue like the rest of these ones. I can rip this off and copy it over there, so... I don't even know why I'm doing this side. I could just get rid of it. Oy, why would I give up? This is Skywind we're talking about. Don't just give up over here. We dare to inspire and all that bullshit. I'm just joking around. I do enjoy this work. It's pretty relaxing, honestly. This is just my least favorite part of it. The UV editing is always the worst. Always the worst. But like I said before, it's necessary, and it's the part where a lot of people mess up, frankly, so I try to get it done as best as I can. This one is gonna need 2, I think. File twice. It's a little longer. It's shaping up well. Hey! Thanks. Trying my best. It's not gonna look nice until I get the wall texture, and I don't know when that's coming, especially because forget it, never mind. The top needs to go on the top. That was a really stupid sentence. Bonar. Yo, what's up? What the heck is that lightning bolt next to your name? What does that do? Oh, what the heck is this magic? What? Why is it not lining up now? Oh, because it never lined up. Duh. Oh, Twitch Turbo. Okay. I don't know anything about Twitch besides it lets you watch the memes. Oh, this one's a good song too. I think this is the main menu. There are no ads on Skywind stream. It might be that there are ads on other streams, I guess. Because people make jobs out of playing video games for other people, I suppose. Don't know how that's real life, but... Oh. Man, it is so dismal out today. It is the perfect weather for it to rain outside, but because this is like Colorado, the mountains are stopping that. So it just looks gray and depressing and no sunlight today. It makes me sad. Why though? Why is it this way? Okay, this is a funky conundrum, so I gotta go 180. I think. I don't think I have to go 180 actually. I just go boom and bam and pop. Then I gotta go boom, bam, and bop. There's overlap here, but that's the easiest way for me to get this to work. Oh, loud UV editing. Yep. You've entered the Thunderdome today. You've done it now. Currently UVing pieces that likely nobody will ever see. So if it looks gross, it's because it's supposed to. So let's go ahead and even this out. I'm pretty sure if I make it do that a little nicer. But not, it's on the other side. If I do this, I think. I don't know. What the hell? Zilla monster, what does that mean? Huh? I have confusion. Mirror. And apply and join it back. Is that an ooh woo you heard? Probably not. I might have yawned. Did I yawn? You guys keep fucking accusing me of going ooh woo, but it's just me yawning. Bruh. Bruh. Oh, yeah. I guess that's my yawn. Whoops. Ah! I have so much left of this piece. It's just this. This chunk is like 5 separate islands. 6 separate islands. And I just don't want to do that. I'm gonna have a temper tantrum. Just kidding. I'm calm, I'm calm. Let's unwrap all this stuff just by itself and then we can rectify later. Let's go from top. Just kidding, let's go from bottom to top. Go to this one, which is this guy. Aye. And this goes at the bottom, so we rotate it -90 degrees. We take that and we constrain it to the image bounds. Then what? We go like this. Then like this. Then like that. Then like that. I can size this up because it's super small and I can't see what's going on. This one might need more geometry because I'm already seeing some stretching, which is pretty gross. See that? So I multiplied that by 4. So it should be by 4 here as well. And the stretching is a little much. So where's this triangle? Please don't do that. Hello? Where the stretch? That should be this one, right? Yep, of course it is. Where's the bottom? There. Eyes. It's looking at computer static. TV static. So stupid. Oh, that one goes that way. This one is the exact same thing, just about. Wow. I don't remember what this is the theme of. But it's funky, I remember that. Assorted squirrels, perhaps. So this game was very Zelda-like in that it essentially played like Breath of the Wild, more or less. And there were collectibles around the world. And I'm pretty sure these were the equivalent to like the Koroks. But in this game, they were like pink snaky worms that had eggs that could fly. Like the eggs had wings on them. So they would get into like the weirdest places. And I'm pretty sure that's like the snakes, the like hatchlings making the noise. Is it a platformer? Yeah. The soundtrack is from Sable. The game on Steam, it's like 20-25 bucks. It's pretty good. You get a lot of bang for your buck. It's like, I don't know, 10 hours of gameplay, and then you can replay it because there's multiple endings. Pretty good. It's like Breath of the Wild without combat, and you have like speeder bikes from Star Wars. It was just a really chill, like atmospheric, you know, wind down kind of game. And the platforming is really good. They focused on that like a good bit more than Breath of the Wild, I imagine, because like that had a lot more going on with it. Is this bullshittery? Oh, the art style of the game too. That was probably the highlight for me. It's like very pastel, almost like a 3D anime almost. Like it's got a crazy art style. It's really wacky. It reminds me of like Miyazaki films almost, if they were done in a 3D style. Okay, that needs... the stretching. Okay. Alright, this is the last island I have to do on this piece. And then it might be sayonara. Because I'm tired and my eyes hurt from looking at what is essentially TV static in this texture. Nope, that's wrong. Am I going to send you to Polish Morrowind? I don't know. Who's streaming? I feel bad. I sent you guys to like some dude just playing a recording yesterday. I thought that was kind of bullshit. At least it looked like a recording. And the guy had been streaming for like 40 plus hours. It's like, how else would it... He's not playing the video game for that long. Oh, come on. There is nobody that I've sent you to before, I don't think, playing Morrowind today. I could send you to somebody playing Skyrim, but I'm sure you'd just get inundated with booby mods, because that's all there is on Skyrim half the time. On this website, at least. No. Don't do that to me, please. I also don't have to send you guys anywhere. I mean, kind of a fun thing to do, I guess. Give people playing Morrowind some attention, because Morrowind is a fantastic game. Or I could give you guys the freedom to go play your own games. Not that I'd be taking that away from you anyway, but... Okay, nice. I did that piece. So this whole front row has the trim UV'd. So what's left to do? All of that is left to do. The actual wall portions of this front row. So I have to do the trim of the incline pieces, the trim the stair pieces. Gotta do the trim on the keeps. I gotta do the trim on the tops of the towers, tops of the keeps. And then eventually I have to UV this. And And this. It is what it is, I suppose. Did I do anything else while I'm here? Have you guys trapped? I could go ahead and separate all the walls and the trims and stuff like that on the back pieces, the back row here. Is that cliff darter finished? Yeah. That's been finished for a while. I implemented it on stream. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. I forgot, these two pieces are mirrors of each other, and these two pieces are also mirrors of each other. So these two pieces will actually be... like, I'll only have to do those two, and then I just mirror them. It's a lot easier than I thought for those. I forgot to UV this. And now that I'm thinking about it. Oh. Okay, where is this? Why is there a whole line of verts just doing nothing here? What even is that? Hello? Am I stupid? There's a whole nother face here? What is this bullshit? Are you actually joking me? Okay. Wonderful. There are redundant pieces. Slap this right here. Okay, it's time to solve problems because there is a problem with this piece. See that? That face is doing nothing. Where did it come from? Where did you go? Cotton Eye Joe. What even is this? Like, what is this bullshit? This extra shit here. Was that there for baking? Like, I don't get it. See, look. That's the case on all these pieces. Oh my god. Well. Didn't you overlay the UV? Yeah. So that means that I messed something up when I gave it to Torrenti, or Torrenti did something to bake. Like, these are all just fucked up. So, per usual, I have to go fix something that I didn't even do. Blah, 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 blah. No, that's not the case, Mr. Q. There's just an extra row of verts right here. For some reason, there's like overlaid crap that doesn't need to be there. And it's adding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 faces per of these, so it's adding like 20 plus, 30 plus, 60 triangles, give or take. Which is really bad. Like, that's not good. This is what I did prior, so you know I'm not crazy. I separated this piece, right? I overlaid it onto the old one, and then I deleted the old one completely. So now it's just this piece. There's no, like, I didn't miss something on my end. At least not today. If I sent it to Torrenti wrong, then that's what happened, but... No, you don't have to apologize, it's fine. I'm just ticked off at this point, not at anybody in particular. That's what usually happens with these streams. I get pissed off and then it's time for me to stop, essentially. But now that I have found an issue, it is time to go fix said issue times 5, because I copied it onto all these pieces. Ain't that just a wonder? Ain't that just a wonderful thing? Okay, this I can copy over here because it's the same. I can take that and join. Oh, the song makes me happy now. It's okay. Everything's wonderful again. Okay. Join, and then I just gotta fix this one now. That's the last one. Backseating's fine. I take it as it is because everybody does it. And I don't help it because I always ask your guys' opinion. I think this is good now. If it's not good, level design will yell at me later because I fucked something up. It's always my fault. So. I don't think I want to do anything else today. I'm tired. I need to go get food. My eyes hurt. And I'm pissed off. It always happens that way. I always get ticked off and then it's time to go. Ugh. Let's find somebody who's playing Morrowind. Quick recap today. I UV'd the trim of 5 pieces. It took me, what, 5 hours? 4.5 hours. Okay, not so bad. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna head out now. I will dump you guys onto somebody playing Morrowind, hopefully. Maybe somebody's actually playing Morrowind. Let's see. Catch you later, Televani. Catch you later, everybody else. Here, I'll dump you on this person because it looks like they're an actual human being playing rather than a recording. Yeah, catch you guys later. Have a good one.